we're back from technical difficulties. So we are up to then 8.2A, Recreation Department. That's you, Matt. That's all right. Report 2022-057 for the Director of Recreation Facilities regarding Parks Washroom.
So this report is coming back for before budget deliberation. Sorry. One thing to know with park washrooms, when we look at these and discuss these, the cost for these can be substantial. Part of this is to do with the servicing for a washroom building. They do require a full sewer connection and oftentimes a large water connection. And they, in best case scenarios, are built far away from where those services are on the road because that's where the need for those washrooms are. So that can increase the cost quite a bit. I worked with a number of other municipalities to try and get costs, what they've constructed recently, and I'm proposing something smaller than many municipalities have to try and keep the cost as minimal as possible. So this washroom structure would be a single universal washroom type. So the universal washroom is the new standard for accessibility. So it would be a room with kind of as well with some storage on the back of the building for the sports associations to utilize, because we do need a utility electrical room on the back, so to increase that size a little bit. Beyond that, I'm open to questions.
Questions from council? Paul?
And I noticed, Matt, that there is access to the washrooms within the community center from 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. and none of these outside facilities are lighted, I believe, so there shouldn't be anybody there after 11 o'clock at night. Is there any much usage of these soccer fields before 9 o'clock in the morning?
The usage of the fields is completely between 9 and 11. The volleyball courts are lit. That's why we actually, it used to be 9 to 9 was the old schedule for that door. We've extended it to 11 p.m. Because the lights are scheduled. They turn off at 11, so we don't have disruption to the neighbors. But so it's primarily the walking distance that's the concern from that. The other side of it is that the park use will increase as we start to see more amenities over the next years. So for next year, we actually are planning to conduct a full parks design that was in the capital plan to lay out these future amenities that are in progress and plan right now, along with correcting some of the, or working on some of the increase to soccer capacity at that site as well.
Anyone else? I do have a motion here for this one then. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that council endorse a temporary solution of providing seasonal portable toilet access at the discretion of staff, and that when a redevelopment of the TDRC is planned, that rear access washrooms for park use on the structure be considered. Councillor Grigg, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
So this idea first came to council as a recommendation from the Multi-Use Courts Committee when they were considering the scope of their project. Washrooms became something that they identified as being a supportive amenity to the facility that they were looking at fundraising for. And the discussion at that time was that, well, the washrooms would best serve the participants of the multi-use courts. There's also soccer fields, beach volleyball, skate park, and trail, and also some passive park usage that would benefit from those washrooms as well. And that's why it was brought over to council for consideration, as it serves more of a general support to the entire park space as opposed to the specific project of the multi-use courts. There are some accessibility concerns that would absolutely be resolved by constructing a project like this, and council had asked for this report to be considered in conjunction with budget, and I think that was, definitely the right way to do it, because looking at the rest of budget puts a little bit, the scope of this project into perspective. So what I have in my motion is that we implement the use of the portable toilets as an interim solution. We do already have portable toilets positioned in a variety of park locations throughout Thamesford and the municipality. So this is nothing new to Zorra, but it would provide that access, reasonable access to washroom facilities behind the arena. I reference a redevelopment of the recreation center, and as of right now, there is no redevelopment of the recreation center in the works. But I think, there's sort of some awareness that at some point in the near to, just in the next 15 or so years, that there will be a need to be redeveloping our recreation center. And so when we're looking at this here, spending, $130,000 or more to put a washroom there, it would be a more cost-effective and better use of our space to have that considered as part of a redevelopment. I did add in part of the motion that the portable toilet placement be at the discretion of staff. Specifically, I added that because there's reference to 2 portable toilets. There's also amenities that are currently in use, and there's amenities that are yet to come until the fundraising's done. So I didn't want to specifically endorse a set number of toilets or a timeline for when they needed to go. We don't get involved in that kind of detailed decision-making in terms of the rest of it, so I wanted to make sure that it was clear that that was at the discretion of staff.
Councillor Forbes, seconder, do you want to speak to him?
Yeah, Katie's pretty much said it all, but I'll just add to the fact that I think we're just maybe a little bit ahead of ourselves on that. We'll wait till the multi-use court is more defined, and also that the park is, as stated in the report, it's being used more all the time, and it'll just give us a better timeline to maybe even decide on a better location or the location. And I think a good solution for now is to use the portable washrooms.
Anybody else? Paul?
Yeah, I agree with the motion. I think it cost $129,000 is not warranted given the current usage of the facility. I'm not sure that we need porta potties at this time. Having worked in construction and used porta potties, I'd certainly walk 400 feet to use an indoor toilet, but I'll leave that up to staff. Certainly as we expand soccer fields and other facilities, then we will become more needed for porta potties. So overall, I'll support the motion.
Steve?
So far, and I think it would be preemptive to put concrete building in the grounds until we get all this development done, if it goes ahead, and then see how big is what we've got planned in this little project going to be big enough, but it need to be bigger. So the portable stuff is good enough for me for right now.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. So there's one off your list, Diane. 8.2B, report 2022-055 from the Director of Recreation and Facilities regarding Changeroom gender equality at the TDRC, the Tempster District Recreation Complex. Matt?
So we're bringing this back. Basically, we weren't able to bring it to the last council meeting due just to the compressed time frame of it. But we've come up with a couple options for that space that we'll flesh out further before going to construction with 3D renderings to kind of see what works best for the space. The costing should be similar because if we don't do similar masonry to construct a cinder block kind of partitioned washroom area inside the bench change room area, we'll be renovating the shower area with the cinder block work there. So it kind of goes into either one. The costing is relatively significant because of the amount of work we need to do to get into the slab and the depth at which the sewer main is in that location, just where it is in the building. It would involve reworking most of the plumbing inside of those, the washroom area in all of those change rooms needs to be relocated basically. So we're breaking up the majority of the concrete inside each washroom. So
Questions from council? Paul?
Is it possible to use any development fee funding for this project? Or does it have to come out of the?
No, it's not in the study, so we can't use any funds towards that.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else? I do have a motion here, moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that council approves in principle the change room renovations at the Thamesford District Recreation Center to address a gender barrier in sports, and that council directs staff to include the change room renovation project in the 2022 capital budget for $72,000. Katie, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
I'm going to keep it brief this time because I spoke at length about why this project is important, and I think there's not a heck of a lot to consider here. It's pretty black and white. I would have loved to see the construction costs be something a little bit more digestible, but ultimately the solution to get this right, if it's $72,000, then that's what we have to spend to get there. So I'm in support of committing to this and committing to spending that funding. And when we start looking at the rest of the budget, we have some new recreation amenities coming into Zorra in the next 5 years. And I think until we have our existing assets up to what's an acceptable level of service for our residents, that has to be our priority.
Ron, is the seconder, do you want to speak to it?
The $72,000 estimate here is, might be I'm not scared by that. I figured it was going to be a lot of money just because, yeah, you're busting out a lot of concrete and walls and floors and to make all that work. And the $72,000 as a portion of the value of that facility, it's not a big amount of money. So, and to get back to where it was, it's just, that's our society today. We have to have accessible washrooms for all genders. And I think just go ahead and do it.
Anyone else? Paul?
Yeah, I agree with both Ron and Katie that this needs to be done. I support putting it in this year's budget. There's no point delaying it. That's just another year that kids have to walk across the lobby to get to the washroom. So I do believe that if we include the $72,000, which I think is quite a reasonable number given the work that's being expected to be done, we need to go back to the capital budget. I think there's 2 or 3 things in there that are a lower priority than this if we're going to add this to the capital.
Anyone else? Steve?
I agree with everyone else. The job has to get done. So, and it's not, 72,000 seems like a lot, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not that much. So I think we should bite the bullet and keep it in the budget for this year.
Well, I had a whole thing prepared, and now I'm not going to say anything. So, I'll read it again and call the question. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that council approves in principle the change room renovations at the Thamesford District Recreation Center to address a gender barrier in sports, and that council directs staff to include the change room renovation project in the 2022 capital budget for $72,000. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Need a break? Too bad. There's work to be done. Okay, so then, no building and drainage. Thanks, Matt, by the way. No building and drainage. While Matt is there, though, does it make sense to pull ahead 14A? Councillor Griggs notice a motion on, hold on a second here. Gotta find it. Yeah. There's so much ink on this, it's even heavy. So the idea here, I just want to, because we're rejigging the agenda here a little bit, and I want to be doubly sure that you're all okay with this. The intention here is to bring this forward for you guys to have the opportunity to question it. You can decide it now if you want, or you can defer it for consideration with the budget, but the idea is that you guys might want to ask the questions before we get to budget on this. So I leave it up to you what you want to do with this, but we'll do it now if everybody's still agreeable to that. Okay. So, not reading this a second time, so everybody pay attention. Look, small font and everything. I don't think that's a record. Probably not. There was a 2-pager one time. Yeah, that's true. Nobody's ever changed the font. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes. Whereas the new capital assets that are funded to varying degrees through sources outside taxation create future pressure on the tax levy when assets require maintenance, repairs, and eventual replacement, and whereas Zorra Township has added significant capital assets in the past 5 to 7 years through this method of 70% plus fundraising, creating an increased tax levy responsibility to fund end-of-life cycle replacement, and whereas the initial report from staff made recommendations for 2 racket courts and 1 basketball ball hockey court in Tempsford based on survey results of the community needs, the size of the municipality, and projected future growth, where the work of the committee proposed 3 racket courts and 1 basketball ball hockey court, and whereas the acrylic coating can be applied to the courts once the initial asphalt begins to age as a first step of rehabilitation once they reach the stage in their life cycle that is required, but once the acrylic coating is applied, it then must be replaced every 8 to 10 years, and whereas construction costs have increased since the budgeting of this project and will continue to creating anticipated increased total cost once tendered, and whereas a revised scope of work at this time allows for adjustments now to better capture some of these increases that are unknown, providing more accurate budget amounts, and whereas the ZMCC has experienced significant membership retention challenges, which is a concern considering the significant fundraising commitment of the full scope proposed, therefore be it resolved that the line item for multi-use courts in the 2024 budget be changed to reflect a project that includes 2 racket courts and 1 basketball ball hockey court with no acrylic surfacing added, a reduction of 1 full racket court, as well as the acrylic surfacing for all courts. Councillor Grigg, do you want to speak to that motion?
I didn't see a yawn. I lost. Yes. It's long because this is our public documentation of this stage of the process for this project, and especially when we're dealing with the work of a committee, I think it's important to have as much information documenting, you know, the nature of the decision of council, so that it's very clear. There's a lot of pieces to this, a lot of sort of justifications to why I think this change needs to happen, and it needs to happen now. And that's what I tried to capture. Some of it is, you know, took me sort of stewing on for several weeks to really figure out some asset management strategies and sort of what the future implications are for us when we have these things funded through the community primarily. You know, in the moment, it really feels like great free stuff. But not only are there the ongoing maintenance costs that become the municipal responsibility, but that replacement cost at the end of life cycle is something that we haven't really gotten into considering as we acquire these primarily fundraised, significantly free assets for resident use in our municipality. So that was sort of the first couple of pieces. I think the other thing is that the committee spent a significant amount of time looking at what these courts could look like and how they could, you know, provide opportunities for our residents to, you know, build community, stay active, engage each other. And we went from, you know, a staff recommendation that was sort of this size, and then we sort of considered every single thing under the sun. And the committee started scaling it back to what felt a little bit more reasonable for us to bring forward. And that was the scope of work that was presented to council that is reflected in that $350,500 budget line in the 2024 budget that we're considering. When that scope of work came back to us, council had asked for the committee to identify whether the acrylic topping or the additional court that goes above and beyond what the original recommendation was from staff would be a priority for the committee if council was wanting to remove one to reduce the scope of work and therefore the costing both for the committee as well as for the municipality through tax levy. It has been sort of an uncomfortable consideration for me, considering I sit on that committee. I'm a strong advocate of these courts, but I have a responsibility in this chair to make responsible financial decisions on behalf of our residents. And so while we asked for them to identify one item to be removed, my proposal here is to remove both so that we can see a more significant reduction in the costing. The lack of committee membership definitely challenges our way of viewing how vital this project is to the community if there are no members who are interested in participating in getting it in. I think part of what that deterrent has been is that there's been a $250,000 fundraising goal, which is significant and realistically going to take quite some time. So by reducing that amount, my hope is that it makes for a more achievable project and that it will help with some retention for our committee members. So what I was hoping to do was to see a more significant reduction, and when I'm sure the question next will be of staff, what will that reduction look like? And so from the original project budgeted amounts, I tried to extrapolate what I thought that reduction should be based on the costing of the specific elements of the project. And when I went to staff and said, is this what it would look like? The answer was no, because my math wasn't wrong, but we have more up-to-date information. And so what Matt was able to provide was a recent project completed in another municipality that had a price tag that was very specific. And so while I was really hoping that the reduction was going to be more significant, the total cost of what I'm proposing to do with both reductions would have a $266,500 total cost. But what that does is within that amount, it makes the adjustments for what some of those increased construction costs have become as reflected by this more recent project. So the $350,000 project has already seen some changes in pricing, which, you know, we can ask Matt after I'm almost done to speak to. And in the long run, I think that's what's going to be most beneficial, because then as this project fundraising goal is achieved and we get closer to the end, then when we actually go to tender it, there's always a shortfall, right? There's always that risk of not having enough, and then we just do a little bit more fundraising. So if we've had an opportunity at this stage in the game to narrow what that's going to be, then I think it helps us stay closer to what our contribution is, and then the fundraising side of it will be more consistent with what the numbers are that we're seeing in the budget.
Ron, as a seconder, do you want to speak to this?
I think Councillor Griggs has said everything.
Anybody else want to speak to this, or in fact have any questions for staff on it? Paul?
Katie did, I don't think she said it all, but she certainly gave a really great outline of where this project has gone, as far as scope and money-wise, and how it started out as a relatively small proposal from a citizen. It got a little bit bigger when our staff did their analysis and came back with a proposal, and then it got a whole lot bigger when the committee came with their proposal. And when we had that meeting, the only thing we committed to as a council was that the whole project would be a 30-70 split funding, which, if you remember back to that discussion, there was discussion about how it would be funded. We agreed on that, and but we made no dollar commitment to what we would put forward, because we were sending it back to the committee with the choices of an extra court or the acrylic. And what we've been waiting for is for them to come back with another proposal with a dollar figure attached to it. I am really concerned about the Katie alluded to it, to the turnover on this committee. There's only 2 of the original 6 appointees left in less than a year from when this committee was formed. And the last 2 committee meetings have been canceled because of lack of quorum, which is not only a waste of Councillor Craig's time, but also of our staff, and is costing us money for meetings that are making no progress on this. So I question where this committee is going, the commitment that they have. They've got through the fun part, which is designing the thing. The hard part is up ahead, and if they can't keep committee members up to now, I wonder how they're going to raise whatever the dollar figure is. And I think this is a good move to go back to the committee and say, okay, you've had your opportunity. Council's now saying this is the limit of what we are willing to consider. It's based on what our staff recommends that the community needs. If you're willing to go forward with this scope of a program, and you can prove to us that you have a committee that's willing to do the hard work that Water and Wheels did and that the Zorra Pad and Embro have done, if you're willing to do that and you can prove that to us, then come back to us with a proposal and we'll make a dollar commitment to it. But unless you can do that, this project may be dead in the water, unfortunate as that may be. But it is a community-driven project, and right now it's up in the air whether the community is really driving this or not.
Well, for once in 3 years, I agree 100% with Paul. My greatest concern on this, whether regardless of the size of the project, is the membership retention for the group. And my bigger fear would be approving it sometime down the road and then having it all fall apart midway through the cycle. I'm really nervous about ever voting to go ahead with it because of that, mainly.
Anyone else? I'll just make a comment then before I call the question. I think this is a really reasonable approach to this. It scopes the project to, you know, the committee's and the community's capacity to fundraise and and probably, I think, council's willingness to fund the project. I also think the two things that really appeal to me about this is the recognition of the long-term costs of the project, that it's not just the upfront cost of putting the thing in, but that we're committing to a service level in the future then that some council in the future is going to have to fund. And the other one is that, you know, there really has to be a community commitment to these things if they're going to make it happen. And I think this preserves that. So I think, you know, to your concern, they're going to have to raise the funds. And if they don't raise the funds, then it's not going to happen. That's the way it's been for every other group. And this preserves the original intent to me of what council committed to. So I'm supportive of this. So if there's nobody else, I'll call the question then. Paul.
I forgot to make a comment that I want to congratulate Katie for taking that next step into asset management and recognizing that, yeah, in a lot of ways we're getting a good deal for these projects that are community specific, but in the long run they are our assets to manage, and I forgot my early comments that I'm really pleased to see her take that next step as you alluded to, Mayor.
Just to add to that, as far as future upkeep of the asset, we'll upkeep it as a municipality, or somebody will, I'm sure. But we have had assets in Tempsford and Zorra before that have been taken out. There was lighted tennis courts in Tempsford at one time. They were unused, they were taken out. So the same could happen to these, and we may not ever have a future cost of running these courts. It could come to a point where once they reach their end of life, that there's no interest in being used and they'll be removed at a cost, but not significant.
Anyone else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And so that was 14A. So 8.4A, Public Works. Report 2022-053 from the Director of Public Works regarding Bridge 0280 tender results. Steve.
Nothing to highlight, nope.
Questions from council? Moved by Forbes, seconded by Grigg, that council direct staff to award tender 2022-05 to Theo Vandenbeck Construction Incorporated for the construction on Bridge 0280 for the tendered price of $199,620 plus tax. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 8.4B, Report 2022-050 from the Director of Public Works regarding a construction update of the Zorra Maintenance Building. Steve, is there anything you want to highlight in that?
Not too much highlighting, a little bit of updating. Drywallers moved back in. They're continuing on in the administration building with the drywall. The overhead door, all the tracking's installed. They're just now installing the lift assist springs. And the sand shed final pour did not happen last week as expected. Just hoping to have it happen this week. And that's all I have to update to date.
Questions from council? Ron?
How are we making out with well drilling for the geothermal wells? Is that close to finished yet, or?
No, like we haven't finalized on the change order to switch the rig out and start leaving casings, and it hasn't started yet. He's tooling the new rig, the rented rig to set up. He was hoping to get started on it early this week. He has not yet. So I'll keep you posted on that one.
Paul?
So just to follow up on what Ron said, so when we had the tour 3 weeks ago, I think you said at that point they had 11 out of 44 wells drilled.
Yeah.
So they brought in a new rig, and what's the timeline? This thing, the geothermal part is going to be ready when the rest of the building's ready, if this works?
Yes, that's a plan. Once he gets the rented rig set up and tooled properly, he plans to be able a month and a half to 2 months to finish up the rest of the 33 holes. So let's hope that's the case.
Okay, yeah, I stopped by on the way down to meeting last night, and they were still working on it at 6:30 last night, so hopefully they've made a priority to get it done.
Yeah, I think they're still trying to finish up the last hole. He had that rig on, and he's going to switch the rigs out yet this week, was the plan the last time I talked to him. So
There was still somebody there cleaning up or taking something away at like 11 o'clock or something last night, too.
yeah, I was there, yeah.
Yeah. Steve?
Just a curiosity question to Steve. Does that mean his own rig was no good? Now he's renting somebody else's?
It wasn't that it wasn't any good. It just wasn't set up properly for the switch up to leave the casings in. Apparently, and the combination of that and some of the material he's hitting down below, his rig wasn't making very good much time with it. So that was the reason for changing the rigs. It's more set up for the ground conditions and better set up for leaving the casings in the ground.
Anyone else? Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that report 2022-050 from the Director of Public Works be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thanks, Steve. And we've reached that bridge we were going to cross when we got to it at Finance Department. So I would suggest at this point that before you guys get into finance reports and budget, that we go into close, so you guys can consider that stuff and any potential impacts on budget. Then we come out of closed and go on to finance. Everybody's good? All right. Moved by McDonald, seconded by Mitchell, that council move into closed meeting session at 9:40 a.m. pursuant to section 239.2C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or board regarding 131 Brock Street, 149 Brock Street, 124 Allen Street, and the Zorra Municipal Center. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Maggie, can you let us know when we are off audio and video, please? somebody let anybody know who's out there that they can come back in now? You're doing, thanks, Don. Yeah. Okay. You good? Yep. Okay, back and open. Moved by, sorry, we're on coming out of closed session and the decisions coming out of that. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that council accept the bid submitted by Kingwood Land Incorporated for 131 Brock Street. Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, and that council accept the bid submitted by Kingwood Land Incorporated for 149 Brock Street. Anybody want to speak to that? All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And that moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that council accept the bid submitted by Hogg Construction Limited for 124 Allen Street, Thamesford. Anybody want to speak to that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And we are going to take a 15-minute break and be back at 10 after, say 10 after 11, let's say, and we're adjourned. And Maggie, can you let us know when we're off video and audio? 10 after 11, I'll call the meeting back to order, and we are at 8.5 Finance Department, and we'll do A first, report 2022-051 from the Director of Finance regarding 2022 grant requests. Diane, is there anything you want to highlight for council on that? And we treat that as a grant, do we? Okay, okay, all right. Any questions for Diane on the grants? Paul?
Who is Great Cycle Challenge? Okay, thank you. I just didn't recognize him.
Any other questions for Diane on these? Moved by Forbes, seconded by Grigg, that council approve the grant amounts as outlined in report number 2022-051. You want to speak to that? All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the one you've all been waiting for. 8.5B, report 2022-052 from the Director of Finance regarding the draft 2022 budget. Diane, is there anything you want to highlight for council before I ask them for their numerous questions?
I just want to thank staff for all their hard work and input into this budget, especially during the oncoming year, because we're maneuvering through the end of the pandemic. And right now, there's a lot of unforeseen costs rising due to the cost of living and the economic and materials, all that kind of stuff that we're not aware of at what point it will settle. Okay? And so the document in front of you right now highlights what our budget is, both what the capital was that we had brought forward to council, what the operating is that we're starting with, and then the combined percentage, and then also recommendation from staff on how we can make an adjustment to reduce a capital budget with a debenture, reduce the debenture on the new ZMF, because at this time, okay. So continuing on, we've also in the document highlight the assessment increase for the township for 2022 and how that'll impact our tax rate, and it reduces it compared to what the tax levy is. So that's two different rates. The tax levy is always the dollars that are needed to fund the municipality, where the tax rate is what we set based on the assessment that's been gathered. Is there any questions at this moment before we proceed on? Okay. So the first document is just a very brief introduction to the draft municipal budget and the business plan, and gives a little history of the township. So I'm going to go right into, oops, back. I lost my We're going to start right away and go right into general government here, okay? So the general government encompasses council, administration, IT, and the municipal office. And the chart before you is the operating costs. So we're saying that the 2022 budget for the general government is $1,215,229, increase right now of $135,379. The large increase has been outlined, and it's based basically on the cost of living for staff and council's wages of 4.4, which then increases our benefits associated with wages. Included is election costs for 2022, also projecting of $24,251. And then also within the departments, you'll see continued increase for insurance, and we're projecting 16.5%. So before you on the next page is just the various accounts within council and general government. And what I like to do is just, if there's any questions on each page as we go through, if you could just ask them, and then I'll provide the answer, and then we'll move on. Is there any?
The line for advertising and notices shows net incomes. Why is that?
Correct. And this is a coding error
Okay.
on my end. So it's actually going to end up be $3,000.
Well, I
Okay,
thought maybe
not a
we'd
credit.
gone into the publishing business or something. Sort of, yeah.
Is there any other questions?
The budget for cleaning and maintenance supplies gone from $600 to $10,850, so why such a large increase?
In the past, we had a staff member that took on that duty, and since then, that has been removed, and we've hired an outside service, and that's the cost for them for the year.
The line for branding and promotion items shows $27,352 last year. Was that related to the signs that were installed in all the township facilities?
Yes, there was signs in each, in that one for the municipality, and also I have cost for the market survey in there, which should not be. So I'll have to remove that and put it under consulting.
And last one on this one is, why did we spend $15,000 last year and we're budgeting $7,000 this year for water?
So that is the portion of the Maple Leaf building that we're renting out right now. And the idea was that it could be sold by the middle of the year. So we would projecting that that cost would be then put onto the new owner of the building.
That's it for me.
Okay. Now we're on to other revenues. Here we're looking at a projected decrease in the revenue for 2022. Good news is funding a slight increase, $7,900. So it's nice to see that we are not going to experience a decrease in our funding, which is Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. But because what we are experiencing is in 2021, we had received a grant for the Safe Restart for the COVID-19. And so we had put majority of that into reserves in 2021 at $132,000. So, but we are experiencing an increase in revenue because of that grant, which we're not receiving in 2022. Okay. What we will be doing, and under the recreation, you'll see is that the revenue for January for our facilities was short by a month because of the pandemic and the closure. So we will be taking $65,900 from reserves to help fund that difference. Okay, so you'll see in the budget right now, under the line, transfer from reserves, operating capital, $65,900, and that's for the COVID dollars. Okay. Is there any questions under general revenue? Okay. Next, we're going into fire services. And we're looking at an increase of 4%, just a little over $30,000. It's $373. And we're looking to bring this fire service to one station basically, and change the departmental, the segregation of departments under one. So there's some changes within some of the account numbers where we're bringing wages all together under one instead of under each station. And you'll notice that within the budget. Included in here is a list also of the capital. It's not configured, I've just given the list below, but it's not in the calculation in the 4% at this time. This is just operating, okay? If we go to fire, is there any questions under the fire?
Comment that I'd like to see the way you've rearranged things and combined a lot of the numbers into all department numbers rather than the station breakdown. That kind of goes along with our long range of, that's now one department instead of three. Just a few housekeeping questions. Did all the firefighters receive the 4.4% cost of living that our other staff did?
Yes.
Okay. There's $10,000 in there for firefighter mileage. Is that primarily for in-person training?
That's correct.
Okay. Are we looking at increased income from fire inspections because we're going part of the program with a shared officer?
No, inspections are billed based on request or complaint.
And that's not going to change?
That's correct.
Okay. The Ingersoll Fire Agreement came into effect in January, which eliminates the $19,692 that we paid last year, but there is $10,000 put in there for a budget. Is that just a contingency number in case we do need their services?
There is $5,000 for contingency, and $5,000 is the boundary adjustment that Zorra will be taking on those services.
Okay, and my last question is, the $22,054 budgeted for fire dispatch, does that include the contract with 5.9 Solutions for equipment maintenance, or is that just the contract we have with Woodstock Police to provide the actual dispatch service?
It is just for the city of Woodstock, the contract that we have with them for dispatching.
So the contract with 5.9 would come under capital part of it?
Let the fire chief speak to that.
The communications agreement with 5.9 is outlined under a separate budget line.
Okay,
Wasn't adjusted this year just till we get through one cycle, in case there's any diagnostics, and then we'll have a better picture from 2023 once we've been through the transition.
okay, so that comes under communications, equipment maintenance.
Yes, there's
Okay.
a separate code for that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, next is our building services. And as we see, we'll see a 0% increase, but instead, we're looking at transferring $45,599 from reserves to be able to cover the cost of this department. But we are looking at the fees that are being issued for the permits and that, and we'll be looking to bring forward a new fees by-law to help cover the costs, the increased costs of the services. Okay. Any questions on the building department? Bylaw is experiencing a larger increase of 18,212, which is showing 98%. And this is mainly due to the removal of the dog tag license program that was removed, and it's been uploaded directly onto the levy. And then we are also increasing the costs of services for MEU consulting to assist when staff is not available for bylaw complaints. Also within this budget, I'm showing the police services, an increase of $16,002. Is there any questions?
So, sir, I should have asked you this ahead of time. We're looking at 2021 to 2022. So, using MEU, so we used to have a part-time bylaw, part-time building. So the building portion of that salary came out of buildings model, but we used to have still wages attributed to bylaw. So is the 2021 showing lower because that's when we started MEU, so it wasn't fully capturing what those wages, like this looks like a significant increase, but when we had the report on making this change, it was a cost savings. And I apologize because this is a very specific question and I've given you no opportunity to look into this.
So a percentage of the staff time is still being allocated to bylaw. But I believe I'm not particular on the MEU consulting services on and what it is actually doing for the municipality, but I'm thinking it's just helping out when that staff person is not available and they come in to assist. Is that what you're looking for?
I'm going to suggest that it would be Dawn, Karen, or Matt would need to really answer
Yeah.
this. So
My question is more just because I feel like this is misleading in terms of public facing, but in terms of budget debate, it's irrelevant, so I can bring this at, we're going to be looking at this separately in terms of this one-year trial. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then we go on to recreation and facilities. And I've broken this up into a couple of areas. So we have our parks and community halls, and we're showing an increase of 35,434. And then we also are looking just at general recreation, your Chelmsford Arena and your Embro Arena, and we're looking at an increase of $134,012. So our total increase in recreation, $169,446. And as we spoke earlier, there's a loss in revenue for January of '22 for $65,900. That contributes to this. There's the increase in wages and increase in hydro and water for the new splash pad. So there, and then we're looking at also a part-time position for a park attendant for seasonal for the summer for $5,000, and then include a role for a camp behavioral and inclusion person within the document. Included also then is a list of capital projects just for council reference. And then as we go through the document, is there any questions relating to the budget?
The line on Kintore Lakeside Parks expenses, is that for the soccer fields in Kintore? Because I don't know that we have any parks in
Yes.
Kintore Lakeside.
Mhm.
That's for
Yes,
cutting the
soccer.
grass and upkeep. Chelmsford Parks, regular wages, we went from 11,900 to 31,176. Part-time wages, 5,000 to 20,775. Is that because due to the COVID restrictions that we shifted from working in the arenas in the community centers to more parks work so that those wages were allocated differently?
That's correct.
Okay.
And
So then, regular wages go back down to basically what was budgeted a year ago at 11,000. But part-time wages stay up at 19,450. Now, I realize that there's a proposal to hire a student for the summer at $5,000. So why is there basically why doesn't it go, why does it go so high?
And what I can have is Matt can explain that difference to you.
Okay.
So in the part-time wages for parks, it's actually our base wage was 5,000. It's not the 5,000 increase for the new role. The new role is actually at the 14,000 changes the proposal portion of it, not the 5,000. In a typical year, we were about 5,000. Last year was a bit higher with the,
So to hire this attendant would be 14,000?
yes.
Okay.
So do we have sectioned out then what the behavioral specialist role, is that 14,000 is the additional part-time?
Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes on the camp wages. I believe it was a similar amount in, I think it was 11,000 approximately for the, sorry, I'm trying to find my notes on the camp wages. So it was about 11,000 for that. The part of the difference between the parks role is that parks role we're looking to start at the beginning of park season, which is so we're looking at April. Battery's dead. So the parks role for parks attendant is an April through September role because we're looking at start of park season. The behavior inclusion specialist, we basically start in the end of June to start with training with staff through till September. So that's part of the difference for the why. So it's 11,000, and the parks role, that's 40 hours a week from April through September of the parks attendant role.
I just have a follow-up. If you'd be able to provide, so I understand that this will provide better evening and weekend coverage for park services through the summer season. Can you provide a little bit more context where our regular staffing structure combination of full-time and part-time staff, like 40 hours a week for the entire summer season seems like a significant amount of increased workload. Where has that come from?
So it's not just a straight evenings and weekend shift, though. What happens is on the weekends, we still have washrooms that we attend to, park garbages at our busy spaces. So we go to the splash pad on the weekend daily in the morning. We also go out to drag diamonds on the weekend in both Thamesford and Embro. What currently happens is our full-time staff, we flex their hours through that. They're very good about being flexible about it, but so they would take a shift off during the day to work a shift on the weekend. So the plan with this position is that would then cover the evenings and weekends. So, and also we have sometimes special events where we have to have a part-time staff or a full-time staff to, whether it be to clean a park washroom before a picnic, things like that. This position can cover those so that our full-time staff aren't flexing those hours, so that then they also come back in to do the more substantial repairs and maintenance on weekdays that we can't do when the parks and facilities are in use. So it's to infill that weekend so that we can, and then when this staff member, if they're working, say 16 hours on the weekend, they're going to be working the balance of their hours on the weekday with us to help out with park maintenance and repairs and horticultural, like garden projects. So we're trying to target this position where we can find a horticultural student from a college or university that wants to come and work in the summer for us to help us with those projects as well. But
Sorry, so the horticulturist student would be ideal candidate to help in that context, but it'd be the same individual who's also dragging ball diamonds on the weekends?
Yes.
Okay.
A follow-up on that extra hiring, I know we can't budget in grants, and I know we've talked previously that the money we've got in the past for our camp and pool people, we don't think we're going to get that money this year because of a shift in how the government's awarding these grants. Is there any chance that there could be a student grant for this position?
So we've applied for the summer grants with this, but we won't know whether we're successful on that yet. We haven't heard back. We'll continue to monitor for other grant opportunities, but I haven't seen anything that would be applicable to this currently.
Okay, is there any other questions? Nothing? We had one question, Don, maybe you could help us with, and it's on MEU. And there's a slight increase in 2022. And they're just want to, a little bit more information on why that would be so and what are they doing for us?
I'm not sure. We'd have to have either Matt or Karen answer that question when they're back.
Okay, we're on to Public Works then. Public Works, we're looking at an increase of $176,665. And this is basically the same increased as wages. There is the insurance. There has been an increase in the Robinson Pit for rehab and slope adjustments. And then we've also increased in fuel that is happening in 2022. Is there any other questions required in the Public Works?
What's included in signs or in safety devices?
Signs and traffic control devices.
Okay. So that's replacing,
That's, yes,
Signs.
replacing all signs, and there was a large replacement of signs in 2021.
okay. So that's signs that disappear or signs that don't pass the
They tend to disappear.
reflectant test that we, for the over 50 people. The eye test. Just a second, my computer says it wants to be. And the other one, there was a line here on permits and licenses, and it went from 11,000 to almost 43,000, and then back to 27,000. So why the fluctuation in that budget line?
Okay.
That's a pit license.
Yes, it's the Robinson Pit license. So we've moved it from Public Works down to the pit. Okay?
That's just a budgeting,
Yes.
changing things around a little bit. Okay.
Yes.
That's it for
Okay. Is there any other questions?
I just have one on the, really more on the capital portion, Steve, and I think I know the answer to this, but I just want to ask anyway. How confident are you that we can actually do all those capital projects in the year? Like, our capacity and contract capacity combined, that if we grow the budget, that we'll actually be able to have the movement of the ground?
That's the million-dollar question. There's.
Notwithstanding weather and stuff, like,
Yeah, I mean, that's aside. What our biggest fear is the asphalt costs right now with our capital projects, because we do have a lot of asphalt projects on the go, planning. With the unstable fuel costs, and that dictates the cost of asphalt cement. And it's already the highest we've ever seen currently, and it only goes up from there as the summer months move on. We've tried to build in some extra for it, but it's just, we just don't have that crystal ball to know what's summer's gonna bring. There's such instability in this industry, not just with oil, but any kind of manufacturing. We're finding increases in our equipment costs that have gone up and keep going up even since getting quotes in January. They've gone up 11% since then. So it's probably the worst. I mean, I haven't been doing this job that long, but it's been the most unpredictable trying to budget for this stuff. I wish I could give you a more solid answer, but I just don't know at this stage. Yeah, I'll let you know the day before.
So that instability in pricing is everywhere. Do we have a contingency plan? Like, are we got a list of projects that we might drop at the end of the year?
We haven't, we really won't know until we start getting some tenders out. I mean, we found that with some equipment tenders. I mean, the longer we wait, the higher the prices go. And we may see that. It really depends on oil prices with our asphalt projects right now. If they tender and things come in really, really high, then it's going to be up to council to decide what we go with and what we don't. So the projects are well broken out. There's 3 major projects that we're planning on. There's small pieces within one of them that we could piece apart to try to keep within some budget if it's that bad. We do have some reserve in our building, but our capital projects to fall back on. But I mean, it's limited, and we don't know exactly how bad this is going to get.
Okay, we'll continue on. So we're under planning and development. And there's a number of little categories in here. So planning and zoning, we're seeing an increase in revenue. Under economic development, that's remaining the same. There's no increase within that corporation. Our agriculture and drainage, the only increase we're projecting right now is the wages and benefits. And same with health and safety.
Back right
Okay.
at the top at planning development, we received revenue of $319,000 from development charges, but there's nothing been budgeted on either side. So is that because development charges we know we're going to get it eventually, but when we get it, it's difficult to put in as a budget line and count on that money? Or?
Yeah, that's correct. And then all we do is we take those development charges and put it straight into development charges reserves, and then we would just take it out for the projects. So basically it's an in and out. So, and we can't gauge what we're going to get. So that's why we've just kind of left it blank right now, and then we'll record it back into reserves when we do receive the funds.
So if we do get money this year, then it's going to kind of not really be a bonus, but because we know we're getting it eventually, but it's kind of a little bonus for this year's revenue stream that.
But it isn't, because it just goes straight into reserves.
Right.
Right, to be allocated towards the future project. Mhm.
So it's there, but we just can't grab it back out
That's
again.
correct.
Okay.
Is there any other questions? Okay, so that comes down to our end of our operating budget at this time. And I welcome any discussion.
Yeah, one last question, that's on the health
Okay.
services, and that was, it shows revenue from donations, so who's donating to health services?
Title should be changed. It's health services revenue, and that's the revenue coming in from our doctor's offices for the rental.
Okay, so it's an involuntary donation.
Mm-hmm.
So do we have any information about why the 2021 number is so low in relation to our 2021 budget and our 2022 budget for the donations health services line?
Oh, sorry. Yes, the actuals are lower because it was adjusted due to the pandemic, so we gave them a break on the rental in 2021 to help when things were closed down.
So, I have a question then. After all the various decisions that council made this morning,
Yes.
and depending on what council does with the recommendation in your report here, I just want to make sure I'm at the right starting point in my head here. If I understand correctly, where we were at in the report was we were at a 6.69% tax levy increase. And if council adopts your recommendation in this report, that would go to a 4.49% tax levy increase. And then I think the gendered washrooms issue that council addressed this morning was a point, I think, by my numbers anyway, was a 0.81% increase, thereabouts,
Yes.
which would then in theory take us out to a 5.3% tax increase. Is that
Close, very
close?
close,
Okay.
yes.
But now I haven't included in there any of the other numbers that council decided today. So, okay, but that, as I stated that, that's my 5.3 numbers close? Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else have any questions before we, I mean, I guess, we can, I guess as long, there's no motion on the floor to debate yet. But if you guys wanna, we can do this fairly casually, I think, at this point, and hopefully you guys can circle around to some kind of, get into some kind of something to do today, whatever you want, is up to you, but Paul.
I got some comments here, but I always speak first, so if somebody else wants to take the floor. Huh?
I'll take it. So we went through department by department, the specifics of the operating budget, and then there's some notes that reference some capital implications. But we didn't have details in terms of our, in this report, but in our previous capital report, speaking to our transfer to reserves. So I don't know if I've got a question in here, maybe just a comment. So it was highlighted in our last budget presentation that we're looking at a pretty significant shortfall in our recreation reserve. And I think that needs to be addressed in this budget. And so maybe this is my question. What I would like council to consider doing is approve an increase in that transfer to rec reserve to better reflect what our actual costs are of our current service level and our current maintenance of our existing assets before we start looking at adding new projects, new trails, new playgrounds, new staffing positions. So I was ballparking it. I was looking at changing the 81,000 to 100,000 even, and then having a 2% increase take effect in the subsequent years as you have laid out with our current. Would you be able to give us what that shortfall, I think it was $118,000 shortfall we were looking at. Would you be able to give us what that would reduce it down to, if there would still be a shortfall or if we would have made it up?
Let me just say too, if we have a bunch of questions like this, Diane, and you need time, we can fire like 3 or 4 questions. We can take a break, and you can go away and do this, right? Like if
Okay. I'm good right now for
Okay.
this question. So, the 100,000 starting in 2022 would increase the reserve to up to the good. So we're sitting at 139,000 roughly, okay? The projects then would be scheduled in 2023, would reduce it to a deficit of 3,164. Continuing into 2024, the deficit would be 37,000. And then 2025, we're looking at a $141,000 deficit. And it's just the large projects, but then we're back down to 22,000 deficit. So there's always still a deficit in there, but it's much closer than what it was before.
I didn't do Marcus's fancy calculations. Maybe I'll try to do them by myself quietly. Because my next question is then that increase of $19,000 in our reserve transfers, then what's the
Okay.
tax implication if council were to consider that change?
So that increases the overall budget, and that's including the 72,000 in for the washrooms and the staff recommendation that 200,000 being reduced. Your overall tax levy is 7.38, tax rate 5.49. Yes, it does.
So that would be an increase of 0.19 on top of 5.3-ish.
Yes, yes, yeah.
First of all those questions I asked Diane as we went through line by line, I had emailed to her and she responded with written responses, which I didn't really expect, but I appreciated. And then we talked on the phone. She explained some technical things about debentures and tax rates to me, so I appreciate all that. But what I really liked about your report was that right near the front, that 10-point listing that really broke down the big reasons that there's increases and changes here. And I'll just quickly go through them. Number one was insurance costs increase of 16.5%. And I put that down as BOC, beyond our control. The animal control increase of 14,000, whether that is a decreased revenue, but the reason we went that way was the report that we got was that there was about 150 hours per year on average of staff time being used up to administer that program over a 3-year cycle. And depending which staff member did that work, that was somewhere between $3,500 and $4,800 a year in staff time that was being used up, plus the cost, whatever that was, of the actually buying the tags and reselling them back. So yeah, $14,000 to the average taxpayer is saying, well, why'd you get rid of that? Seems like pretty easy revenue. That's the reasoning behind it. It's not a full, it's much less than half, plus all the hassle of administering the dog tag program. Number 3 was additional cost for bylaw of $4,500, and the reason we made that change was because we've seen a significant increase in workload for the building department, and we made the decision that we would shift the bylaw officer. More of his time would be taking up on building department, and to fill that gap, we would hire outside assistants. Policing increases, there again, beyond our control, but I think a 1% increase in today's climate, we're getting off easy on that, and we'll just pay the bill and keep quiet. The transfer to reserves at 2%, I think that's just sound financial planning, that everything's, in hindsight, it's maybe low, but I think that's what was penciled in, and we should stick with that. Municipal Partnership Fund, they're BOC, beyond our control. Development charges, I asked the question about that, and that's gives us a break. One thing Diane said, which she had put in that 23,000 as kind of a placeholder number, but you were going to come back and give us breakdown where development charges could be used in different projects. Yeah, and I think that was in our previous budget discussions. That was, and that would give us a better idea if we do decide not to do a capital project, the actual impact on the tax levy and tax rate and when we factor in the development fees. As far as the 2 new employees, I do support hiring the behavior and inclusion specialist. I know even 1 or 2 years ago, I remember in Stephanie's report on camps, she talked about how that was a shortfall that needed to be addressed. And I'm sure with what kids have been put through in the last 2 years, that behavior issues are not going to be any less than they were previously. I'm not sure I support, and right now I'm leaning not supporting the hiring of the park attendant, especially if the cost is going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of $14,000. I think we've been pretty generous as a council as far as adding staff in this term. We've filled 3 full-time positions, and not that I'm disputing that any of those were needed, but I think there comes to a point where we say this is not the time to be hiring more staff. I would support this probably contingent if we could get a grant to fill that position, but this time I'm not in favor of it, and I don't know what the timing, how that worked. If we applied, when we got the grant, how that all works. That's the one area in here I'm not really in support of. The 10 point was the increase in wages. We knew that when we made those discussions. We had to review on some positions that were out of line with what other municipalities were paying, and also that because of the inflation rate, and actually by setting that number when we did, we actually has not increased it as much as the inflation continues to rise. I am big supporter of the plan to with the debenture that we roll at $200,000 and save some money that way. And so, other than the park attendant, I'm support of this operating budget the way it stands. But before we approve the final budget, I do want to go back to the capital budget. As I said earlier when we talked about the washroom extensions, I think that is a higher priority than at least 2 or 3 things that were in the capital budget. And I'm not sure are we going to look at capital budget this morning, or?
We specifically talked about this, and the title of Diane's memo is 2022 budget, so it is absolutely up to you guys if you want to talk capital stuff today. I mean, there's no requirement that we pass the entire budget today, but absolutely we can pass the entire budget today. So if you want to ask your questions and you feel that they're addressed and you guys want to pass entire budget today, with bylaw to come back on the 6th, that's totally possible.
Personally, it wasn't on, the numbers weren't there, so I didn't go back and look at capital budget and prepare arguments. So if we could just leave that to the next meeting. If we want to talk, if the rest of council wants to go to capital, I can do that, but personally I would like to just leave that and let us digest what we've heard here, get final numbers from Diane. Let us do some of our own figuring, and then I don't think it would be a long argument or discussion at the next meeting.
It really is up to you guys.
Yep.
Diane and I talked about this specifically, so you guys have the option to pass the whole thing today. To pass the whole thing today, or to just pass operational today, or wait and do the whole thing on April 6th. The one caution I would have is, and we specifically heard this from Steve today, is every day that we don't pass these capital projects, he's waiting to put out a tender, and those things potentially get more expensive, is the only thing. So, you know, I maybe I'm fixating on this, but I just feel like in a lot of these projects, it's like we can wait a month to sharpen our pencil, and the sharpening of the pencil is obliterated by a month of inflation on some of these projects, you know. But that may be just my obsession over inflation lately. So, but yeah, so we can certainly ask the questions about capital, and whether you decide you want to pass capital or not is it really a separate thing.
Yeah, we'll let the rest of the council decide what we want to do.
So can we maybe, so the transfer to reserve increase, that's not technically detailed in this, but it still falls under the umbrella. So can we continue, for those of us who have changes proposed for capital, can we still continue to bring them forward and debate them? And then we, in theory, can approve some of those changes if we're ready. We can defer them to the 6th. We can still wait to pass the budget to make it official, to give us more time to go back. But might as well, like, if there's a couple of pieces in there that we're all probably comfortable making some decisions about, at least get that debate started and
Yes, and what
See
I
if we
would
can make
suggest
movement?
is, if there are questions for Diane of like, what would the impact be of this or that, then we ask those questions and make the answers. You guys have done that a little bit already. If you guys reach the point where you want to put a thing in or take a thing out or change a thing, I'm gonna suggest that we're kind of at that point now where we should be writing a motion to specifically say, I want to put that thing in or take that thing out or change that thing, right? So that when we look back on this budget 6 months from now, there's a clear record of, you know, and we don't end up with a situation where we're like, well, I thought we took that out, I thought we put it in. So I think we want to give clear direction to staff, first of all, so they know what they're coming back with on April 6th. And again, you guys will vote on it on April 6th, the budget in its entirety, but also to residents, what we did and didn't put in and take out and change. So I think, I guess that's what I would suggest was we do here is relatively simple questions for Diane. What would the impact be of this or that, like we've done already? We go ahead and do those. And I told Diane, if they're more complicated, absolutely just say so. We'll take a break, or she'll say, I can't get you that until April 6th. But if you guys explicitly want to say, no, I actually want to make a change, I want to put a thing in, take a thing out, I think we should write a motion and do that part properly. Paul?
We're coming up to lunchtime. When I suggest we take a lunch, and then those of us that want to go back, take a look at those numbers, and then when we come back, then we proceed with the capital budget and,
Excellent idea.
okay.
Excellent
I
idea.
get them once in a while.
So, what time do you guys want to come back at then? What's long enough for you to eat? 1 o'clock? Everybody's good? 1 o'clock? We're adjourned until 1 o'clock. All right, it's 1 o'clock, so we'll call the meeting to order. Back to order. So we are still on Finance Department 8.5B Report 2022-052 from the Director of Finance regarding draft 2022 budget. And not saying there can't be any more questions, but if there's no more questions right now, you guys have given me a little stack of motions to make some changes to the budget, and I'll go to those now. Everybody's looking good? Okay. Moved by Grigg, seconded by Forbes, that council direct staff to increase the 2022 transfer to recreation reserve from 81,000 to 100,000 with a 2% annual increase moving forwards. Katie is the mover. Do you want to speak to that?
Not a fun way to spend money, but the budget is clearly showing that we're not putting enough in our rec reserve to fund replacement of fleet and upkeep of our facilities. So to me, this is a bit of a no-brainer. I think we have to do this. Otherwise, by pushing this off, we're not really looking at a true representation of affordability in terms of our sort of other projects.
Ron is the seconder. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, pretty much the same, but, yeah, just, we have to try to maintain those reserves as much as possible going forward, and I think it's, makes sense to maybe just make that little bit, $20,000 jump right now, and then still go with 2% later on.
Anyone else? Paul?
Yeah, I'll support the motion. I think it's good fiscal planning to take another look at these reserves, and there's a shortfall, and 20,000 now is a good investment, so I'll vote in favor of it.
It's not a monstrous amount, and we do need to build the reserve back up, or make a stab at it anyway.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, next one. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that funding for the small dog area be removed from the 2022 capital budget. Paul, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I just think it's a priority. I don't think, considering the numbers that we're looking at in this budget, that this should be something that we're spending money on. We identified a project this morning of 72,000. I think is money better spent. I think if there are a handful of people that want this upgrade to the dog park, then that's a potential community type presentation. We do have a commitment to maintain these properties, but we don't have a commitment to upgrade them. So if somebody were to come and say we want another jump in or a feature in the skate park, I don't think we have a commitment to do that, and I see this in the same vein, and so I think that's on the priority list of things that we're spending money on. That's at the bottom of the list.
Steve is the seconder. Did you want to speak to it?
Ditto. Paul said it all.
Anyone else? Katie?
You got me thinking, Paul, because I really view this as when we get new, if we're going to take a gift, then we have a responsibility to maintain that asset and have it function as intended. But if it's, it's like an added jump at the skate park, having this separated partition allows for more equitable access to the park, depending on the size of your dog. I was interested in reducing the budget to see if it could be completed for a lower amount, and to reduce what that is as opposed to remove it. I had also considered proposing changing it to a different year to maybe just not have it fall into this year. We made some changes to the scope of work for the multi-use courts, and some of those savings could maybe be redirected towards the change here. In looking at the full scope of the budget, this does seem to be one of the areas that does have some flexibility for cutting. I'm just struggling with trying to maintain a consistent methodology to looking at some of these projects and how they're changed. So I would have preferred to see the budget for this maybe cut in half and see if Recreation can come up with some creative solutions to achieve the same benefit without spending quite that full amount. But I'd be happy to bring that forward if this were to be defeated.
Anyone else?
I guess where I was going with that one is, I think the budgeted amount is, and I mean, I gotta trust Matt's work on this, but in my mind, when I look at that dog park and I see wooden post wire fence with some board on it, I'd see a very, very cheap fence, doesn't require a lot of skill to build it. It could probably be a simple community project at very little cost, and that's why I'm a little reluctant to put, what was it, I forgot the number, 19 and change, I think, was in there for a capital improvement, which I think could be done with some volunteer labor and almost be squeezed right out of the recreation operating budget. Like, that's just, that's why I'm not supporting that capital.
Anybody else? I'll read it again and call the question. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that funding for the small dog area be removed from the 2022 capital budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Still, what I said? No. What you? Oh, yeah. That's what next one. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that the transfer to the SWIFT program reserves of $175,000 included in the draft 2022 capital budget be deferred to the 2023 capital budget. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
I spoke to this when we talked about capital budget, and I fully support us support putting money into the SWIFT program. This will be the 4th year that we did it. The selling point when we got involved in this is that if the lower tier municipalities contributed to this reserve fund, that the County of Oxford would also contribute to this reserve fund. And when that money was assigned to a project, then we would actually be getting back not only our money that we put in, but some of the Oxford County money. When, as I say, into the 4th year, we've built up a sizable amount there, and up to this point, there's been nothing come forward to use that money. And it's just sitting there. As far as I know, it's not being invested, so it's actually in dollar value going down each year. And there's also been some changes at the provincial level. And the presentation we had a few meetings ago led me to believe that SWIFT wasn't the answer to all our funding issues for getting more broadband into the township. So since there's not a plan to use that money inside the next year, I would, and I think that it's really the only significant project in the capital budget that could be deferred, then I think that we should look at deferring it to next year, and if it's feasible to put the money in next year, we'll look at it then. When I spoke about this 2 meetings ago, the number was $100,000, and this morning we agreed to spend $72,000 on another project, which I think is an immediate project that needs to be done this year. And so I just added that onto the $100,000 and made it the full deferral of the $175,000. So that's my rationale.
Steve is the seconder. Did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'm still all for getting fiber into the township and all that, and SWIFT sounded like a good idea, but if we're a little tight in our budgeting and money isn't going anywhere right away, I'd like deferring it. I'm not saying trash it, but defer it for another year. Only on, and I'm going to say, we can see what the numbers look like. As long as that doesn't screw up our membership with SWIFT with the county.
Can I ask a question of staff? So I'm just digging back into my memory from preparing for the previous meeting. Diane, are you able to remind me this was going to be the last year that we were contributing to SWIFT. We don't have in our 5-year capital, we don't have plans to have a SWIFT contribution at all next year. But in terms of our capacity within our budget, it aligned with, was it a reserve or there was something where it was like, as we stopped paying for the SWIFT contribution, it aligned where we were then paying for something else. So it didn't, when it removes, it doesn't necessarily build immediate capacity within our spending. It aligned with some other expenses. Does any of that sound familiar? And maybe I can give you a little bit where I'm going with this, and then it might help you understand what it is I'm trying to ask. My concern with the deferral, I mean, we don't know what this is going to cost. We don't know what the province will or will not do, and we do not know what that gap will be. And we haven't really considered, what getting reliable internet access for all of Zorra is going to look like. We don't have a plan. We've endorsed nothing. So we've set aside a significant chunk of money since the onset of this term of council, and a lot has been achieved. And there's sort of this general sense of what's in the reserve probably isn't enough for what we don't know when we don't know. My concern with the deferral is that we're looking at a 5-year capital budget where, yes, there's going to be changes in all of the subsequent years. We're adopting this year's budget and approving in principle the remaining years out. By moving $170,000, if we have intentions of truly adding that next year, then I just feel like that's too significant of a burden on next year's budget to remove it from this year and shift it to next year, when in our 5-year capital plan, it's not like there's $175,000 worth of space that we can just shimmy it over and not feel that pressure.
So when you're looking at 2023, we will see a larger impact on roads, and that's where the increase is. So when you're taking out 175 this year, you're already going to be 175, because like you said, we are removing it from 2023, and that already is helping reduce the capital projects in 2023, because the load for roads is that much higher in 2023. Is that correct?
And I think that's where the deferral piece, like, if we're going to remove this, if we vote to defer it, I'm going to really consider that in my own mind as a removal, because I think it's going to make it really challenging to find that space for it next year. And I don't know, I think the easiest thing to do is if we still have the capacity to transfer that to reserve and have our tax levy be reasonable, it's never a problem to have, aside from today's dollars are worth less tomorrow. We're better off being in a situation where we put aside a little too much money. And the bottom line is, the feeling I have is that it absolutely will not be too much money.
I wish I could give you guys more information on this, but I simply can't. The province, the province has said that SWIFT is not going to be the method of delivering fiber anymore. They have their own program, and it's been totally non-transparent as to what's going on with it. They could have given us more information now. They've chosen not to give us more information now. My personal view is that whatever they do, there's going to be a shortfall in the service that Zorra residents get, and I would like us to be able to make up that shortfall. So for me, I think I would like to keep the 175 in and have it there, but I get it. I can't tell you exactly how it's going to be spent, what it's going to be spent on, who it's going to be spent by. I feel it is inevitable, though, there's going to be a gap, and I would rather have the money there to spend on what that gap looks like. That's why I brought the motion to the last council meeting to get the RFP sent out by staff to try and find out, so what might this look like? Like can we narrow this down at all? It won't. I'll be honest with you. I don't think that Don's going to be able to narrow it down to any exact number, because there's so many unknowns from the provincial side. But my view is I think we should keep it in there. We're going to need this. We just don't know exactly what we're going to need it for. But in my mind, that's like saying someday we're going to build, or maybe not, probably not us, certainly not me, somebody's going to build a new Chelmsford Recreation Center. What exactly is it going to look like? How many ice pads is it going to have? When's that going to be? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to cost either, but we should start putting money away for it, even though we don't know exactly what it is. And in my mind, this is similar to that. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like, but we're going to need money for some kind of fiber solution in Zorra, and I'd like to be putting it away. So I'm going to be voting against this. Anybody else before I call the question? I'll read it again and call the question. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that the transfer to the SWIFT program reserves of $175,000 included in the draft 2022 capital budget be deferred to the 2023 capital budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That is defeated. Swings and roundabouts. Swings and roundabouts. That was me earlier announced. And next one, moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that the proposal to hire a park attendant for the 2022 season be removed from the 2022 operating budget. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
I just think that we have hired significant staff over the course of this term of council, 3 full-time positions. I think given the pressures on our budget, that this is not the time to be hiring more recreation staff. I understand Matt this morning said it would allow that full-time staff wouldn't have to rotate through working weekends and whatnot, but I think there should be an expectation when you work in recreation that it's somewhat of a 7-day-a-week job, same as our public works. When they get hired, the expectation that if needed, they will be working on weekends. So I just don't think at this time that an expenditure of $14,000 is what we should be doing. If there was possibility of a grant, that's a different thing, but at this point it doesn't appear there is. So I just think that that's the one thing in the operating budget where we have a little bit of wiggle room, where we were going to expand service, and I don't support doing that.
Steve is the seconder. Do you want to speak to it?
Paul will get angry at me, but I second it to bring it to the table only. I think it's a minuscule amount, and it probably would help our Recs department with better service.
Anybody else? Katie?
I think the proposal for this added role, it concerns me because through the last 2 years, every time that we've not been able to provide a service, but we're still, employing the same volume of staff, we've been able to staff have been able to redeploy our recreation department to get caught up on work that has been fallen behind in our parks and facilities, maintenances, improvements, paintings, parks, trails, clearing trees, etc. And then we get back to business and arenas are functioning and, and baseball's back on. There's also a certain level of maintenance of our facilities, whether they're operational or not. It's concerning to me that coming out of 2 years of not being able to provide the level of service to residents that they've paid for because of public health measures, that we're still so far behind on getting caught up on maintenances and parks, even with the addition of the new role in Jason, that we need to hire someone for 40 hours a week for the entire summer park season. Because what they're doing is they're creating capacity for our regular staff to be able to achieve more in their work weeks. And I just it's concerning, is this situation in recreation that significant that where is the solution going to end up falling? So, when we're looking at this budget, there's a lot of things that are pretty high in it, and I won't be able to support the addition of, we've added, I think you said there's 3 full-time staff just in this term of council, including the addition of some work in the recreation department. And I don't see this as the right time to be able to proceed with a new hire.
Anyone else? So I'll say before I call the question then that recreation is the department that I think I probably get the most calls about, positive and negative. If I go back in time 7 years, more negative than positive. And every time we've made a change to recreation, be it to add staff or change structure or the way we deliver it, the ratio of positive to negative calls increases to the positive and decreases to the negative every single time we've done it. Every single time we've done it, there's been pushback about, you know, should we add, should we change, no. And then when we do it, I hear from residents that this is better, I like this is better, things are happening that never happened before. And from my perspective, what I hear from residents is every time recreation services improve, I hear it from them. I hear them say it every single time. I like this better. This is better than what I had before. I want more of this. So to me, I'm gonna vote that we do this, because while it is definitely a cost, it's definitely an increase. I think this is one that in my opinion, residents would say, I'm willing to pay that extra to get that service. So I'm gonna be voting in support of this. I'll read it again and call the question. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that the proposal to hire a park attendant for the 2022 season be removed from the 2022 operating budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And that's all the ones that I have in front of me for now. What do you guys want to do now? Do you want to pass an operating? Do you want to pass a capital? Do you want to pass both? Do you want to take a break and have Diane tell you where the budget numbers are at now before you decide that? You want to take a break, Diane, and would you be able to tell us where we're at now? Yeah? How long do you want?
Just give me 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll give you 10. We'll be back at 1:30. call the meeting back to order. And Diane, I have a question for you. After all the changes that we just made, where are we at with the tax levy and the tax rate? Are you able to tell us those numbers?
Thank you. We were able to reduce the overall budget, $142,450. That brought the tax levy to 7%,
Okay.
and the tax rate was 5.12%.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions for Diane on that before we move ahead?
That was just operating, or was it just capital, or is that combined?
That's combined.
Okay.
So where we're at right now is you guys have options. You can pass the operating that's in front of you. You can pass the capital, which is not explicitly in front of you, but is. You can pass both together, or you can pass something that gives direction to staff to bring it back to April 6th with whatever changes if you want to look at it again. It's up to you guys how you want to proceed with that. The one thing that we do have to, well, you don't have to, but I would suggest that we should do is Diane's recommendation in her report should be reflected in any direction on the capital budget, whether it's specifically to just do that today or come back on April 6th with a budget that reflects that change. Either way would be, Diane's nodding, so either way would be acceptable. As always, you don't have to decide today, but as always, I'm going to politely pressure you guys that if you're able to decide today, the sooner we fix the budget, the better. So it's up to you guys where you want to go now. Capital, you can make some changes. Operating, you can make some changes. You can adopt one or both. Paul?
I would be comfortable with passing both budgets. The numbers aren't, like 5.12% tax levy increase. Be nice if it was lower, but I don't think we've fallen into what a lot of politicians do, and especially election years, is put a low number and then chop, 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 chop to get to that number to make ourselves look good. We had a really good line-by-line assessment of the operating budget, and there's next to nothing in there to cut out. We've had 2 discussions and debates over the capital budget, and personally, I would have liked to see us do something a little bit different, but the decision of council is what the decision of council is, and so I will go along with that. And as to the comments that were made this morning, the more we delay on these capital projects and getting these tenders out, the more they're going up. At where we at close to 6% inflation. We're already 2 months behind where we would have been without changing in staff. And that was completely beyond our control. So I don't think there's any benefit of us coming back in 2 weeks' time to hash this out again. I think even though the number is, and we got spoiled last year, although the number is higher than it was last year and higher than we would like, I think it's a number that has to be approved and moved forward. So, you know, I know there's no motion out there, but I would be willing to make the motion that we approve both budgets at this time.
So I would suggest then if you want to write something, it would have to say adopt the capital and operational budgets with the changes recommended in report. Well, I don't have one that says capital and operating, but you could here, I'll pass those over to you. You could modify one. Tell me, Diane, if this does it for you. If it says something like adopt the capital and operating budgets with the changes recommended in report 2022-052.
Yes. And
So Paul's going to write something up there, and
Also
he's
the
going to look for a
motions
seconder.
too.
Is there anybody else who wants to make any other change, ask any other question before Paul does that? Ron?
You're referencing the report.
Yeah.
It's got to include all those motions that we went through there earlier. Right.
Yes.
How do you word that in there?
So I don't think we actually have to, but Ron, you got a good question here. So Ron just wants to be sure that the budget then is going to reflect all the other incremental separate resolutions that we passed. And I think the answer to that is it will, because we passed those, correct? The resolution to pass the budget doesn't have to explicitly reference
That's right, we don't have to.
Okay.
Asked if they have to
Yep,
do it.
got it. Yep.
So we did all those separately, and then this one's gonna be, and now adopt operating and capital, with recommendations per report number 2022-052. What we're gonna do is, it's gonna include all the ones we did this morning, and then I think what we're gonna see is something from Paul that says, adopt capital and operational, including changes recommended in report number 2022-052. If that, now. And I just wanna clarify, I'm just trying to give you guys direction as to where, how to go, not necessarily that you should do that.
If I were to write, the council approved the 2022 operating and capital budgets with the following, with the amendments that were adopted. So if I just say, with the changes already approved by council, or I don't even have to say that, I can just leave it at the capital budgets, and that's it?
Including the changes recommended in report number 2022-052, assuming that we want those,
So,
the debenture shift. I think you do.
yeah, oh yeah, yeah,
So
okay.
that council adopt the operating and capital budget, 2022 operating and capital budgets, including the changes recommended in report 2022-052.
Including the changes recommended in report 20, what's the number? 22 05 52 052. Okay. Oh yeah, I better sign it.
Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that council approve the 2022 operating and capital budgets, including the changes recommended in report number 2022-052. Paul, do you want to speak to that?
Nope, I just said it a few minutes ago, so I know I
Steve?
sometimes repeat myself, but I won't this time.
Steve?
Well, that'll sound like a repeat of what Paul said, but when I went through initially with both of them, operating and capital, I'm looking at how many things were completely out of our control for the increased costs. I mean, getting whacked in the side of the head with those insurance increases, wages and benefits going up, and all the other inflationary things on everything from diesel fuel just to the cost of goods. I didn't see anything in there really that we could trim anything. The only thing we could do to lower it is to slash services, and I hate doing that, so I'm going to support the motion.
Anyone else? Question, Diane? We're at, I think, I just want to cover this again. With these changes that we've talked about, then we're at a 7% increase in tax levy and a 5.12% increase in tax rate, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Nobody else? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. All right. Now, I do want to say, thank you, Diane. First budget, hit the ground running, the ground was on fire, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But honestly, I think you heard various comments throughout this process that council was happy with not only the budget that was presented, but the way it was presented. Certainly, I can say I'm happy with the support that you gave to me in going through and understanding the budget, answering our questions today. I think this is a fantastic start. I think the conversations that I've had with you around your eagerness to move up budget acceptance earlier and about longer forecasting of capital is all going to be very welcome by this council. I think it's all going to put us all in a much better place in the long term. And I think, the debate today around council and other specific issues shows that this council is very aware that there's bigger financial issues than this calendar year, that the bigger issues are the longer term ones and that we need to look after those. So thank you very much for your first budget with us. I enjoyed it. It was good. So correspondence requiring direction, 9A. Moved by Paul Mitchell, seconded by Steve McDonald, that the Township of Zorra Council file an appeal against the 2022 assessment of gravel pits and quarries, and that council supports the positions of Wellington County and the top aggregate producing municipalities of Ontario, TAPMO, and that this resolution be forwarded to the following: Premier Doug Ford, Ernie Hardiman, Oxford County MPP, Greg Rickford, Minister of Northern Development and Mines, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. Paul, as the mover, do you want to speak to that?
This is an issue we've talked about before, ongoing fight that municipalities, of which Zorra Township, I think, is number 5 or 6 in the province in aggregate production. We have infrastructure issues in our roads that are directly related to extrication of aggregate, and one of the ways we would like to pay for that infrastructure is through a tax base that we find more equitable, and we're working with TAPMO and I believe it's anyway, they're taking the lead on this, so I think we should support them in any way that we can.
Anybody else want to speak to this? All's in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And thank you. And 10. So 10 is boards and committees. And we did add, if you remember back at the beginning of the agenda, we added a 10D ZRAC update. So what I've got here is a motion to receive and file A through D. Is everybody good with that before we go ahead and do it? Okay. So 10A, Paul, you're going to give a verbal update on Upper Thames, and then I'm assuming you'll cover the budget to some extent in that. And then Health and Safety Committee, and then D. So over to you.
Okay, the March meeting of the Board of Directors, the Upper Thames, was yesterday morning. First item was the species at risk funding, and I talked about in the last report that the species at risk program that Upper Thames run applied for funding last April, found out in November that they did not receive the funding that they had been getting every 3 years since 2007. With no real explanation of why they were not successful. So the chair wrote a letter to the minister. We received a 1-page response, and the 3 key questions that we asked were, are conservation authorities eligible for funding? The answer was yes, but the list of successful applicants did not include any conservation authorities. Second question is, how are projects selected for funding? And the answer was it was through a competitive process, but it's not based on a ranking process. We were told there was no issues with the Upper Thames application, and there was no feedback given to the Upper Thames as to why we weren't successful or how we could have improved our application. Third question was, why was there a 9-month delay from the application deadline until the funding announcement? And there was no explanation given for that. And other than it stated that applicants shouldn't have proceeded with their programs until they knew they had funding. And quote unquote, it said, it is regrettable that your decisions have now put the future of the Upper Thames Species at Risk program at risk. So basically the minister said it's your fault that you went ahead with this program when you don't have the funding. So what has happened since that time, that the Upper Thames has reached out to both the mainstream and online or on social media, explaining what has happened. They've set up an online funding drive, and as of yesterday, there was $9,700 donated to that, plus a $25,000 donation from somebody who remains anonymous. And they need approximately another $20,000 to make up for the funding that we would have had for this year. to keep that program going. And there will also will need to continue that fundraising into 2023 because I don't believe we can apply again until 2024 for the next funding cycle. We reviewed bylaw amendments, and we had hired Nigel Belchamber to assist staff with going through our operational bylaws, and he did that, and he also led a training session for the Board of Directors and senior staff on March 11th. And main focus was on meetings and role of the Board of Directors. Pesticide application policy, we passed that. Upper Thames doesn't use pesticides for cosmetic uses. They're targeted only for species, location, and purposes. They use integrated pest management and other non-chemical control measures for weeds. Section 28 report, there were no permits or violations issued in Zorra Township in January and February. And we had our annual health and safety report. There were 29 incidents in 2021, which was up from 2020, but that was because activities were very much curtailed due to COVID during 2020. The 29 is in line with the 3 previous years where we were 32 to 36 incidents. Only 3 lost time injuries. The Minister of Labor did an audit in last July, and they said that they should have a workplace violence risk assessment. So staff are working with the consultant to develop SOPs and training towards that. And I asked a question if staff are seeing increased harassment and threats of violence, and they are. So this is something that needs to be put in place. And we've also, in the last year, added a full-time health and safety specialist as one of our senior managers. It was that position was filled internally. And so that was basically the meeting. It wasn't a real long one. Talked about budget last time, and I don't, unless somebody has questions on it, it was passed, and other than there was one dissenting vote on the operating budget, but other than that, it was, of the 4 years, it was the least controversial vote on that budget. So, yeah, so. Yeah, last night was ZRAC meeting, and ZRAC voted that they would cancel the last 3 scheduled meetings of their schedule, so effectively ZRAC has ended their term. So that was kind of what I had anticipated, that they wouldn't need the full 6 months. We did have, at each of the meetings, we did have some good conversation about where we're going forward as far as task forces, and there was some good input. So I would suggest that a letter be sent to each of the members of ZRAC thanking them for their contribution and participation over the last 3+ years.
And so, as far as the discussion went at the meeting, then I think I know this, but from what you said, but I think that they understand the ways that they're going to be able to give input on how the task forces are going to work, and that even though formal avenues may end at certain times, that they always have the ability to contact either their counselor or staff and talk about that. That's fully.
Yeah, I think there's good understanding with it, that we didn't pull the feet out from under them, and that it's just a different way of doing things. And I'm sure that many of the people that have served on ZRAC will be leading these task force when they have something come up that they want to see the township move forward on.
Good. If there's nothing else on 10, then I have moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that items 10A through D be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And 11, information items, what I have is 11A through E be received and filed for information purposes only. Does anybody have any of those they want to pull out, or any that they want to speak to? 11A through E. The one thing I would like to, I think I would just like to ask you guys what you think of this, but on 11D, the Royal Bank branch in Embro, I'm going to suggest that, that we just write a letter to the Royal Bank. I don't think we're going to change their decision to close that branch, but I'm going to write a letter to them, I think, that suggests that they keep an ATM in the village. I don't know whether they plan to or not, but I'm going to write to them and suggest that that would be a way for them to preserve some level of service to residents who bank in Embro. It does us no harm to write a letter. And probably that's the way, I mean, probably the reason this is happening is because 90% of people are using an ATM anyway, so what does it cost the Royal Bank to have an ATM in Embro? I think it's the least we could do on behalf of the... That's their, that's their problem to solve, but I think it would be good for us to just write a letter and just say, we'd like you to consider keeping an ATM in the village. Can you make a note to scribble something out, Alicia, and then we'll finish it off together? Thank you. Moved by McDonald, seconded by Mitchell, that items 11A through E be received and filed for information purposes only. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And so what I'm seeing now, Alicia, just to be sure, is bylaws, items of community interest, confirmatory, and adjournment. You're good? Okay. So, moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that bylaw 20-22 be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed, and further that the mayor and clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And items of community interest and calendar. Feel free to just speak up and interrupt me as I'm looking at my calendar here.
Well, for the first time in 2 years, we're having our Tartan Day celebration back at the Legion in Embro for the first time. I'll put this up on the bulletin board. $20 for a meal and a band, so.
When is that?
April 8th, Friday, April 8th, starts at 7, goes to 10:30. The bar's open, and the light lunch. It's kind of late for supper. National Tartan Day.
All right.
All put together and bolted together from scratch last week. Half of us are going, I don't think you can do it that quick, but we did, so. And then definitive, the games are on this year.
Okay.
Short of a disaster happening and the province locks everybody down again, but right now, all the restrictions are going off wide open.
Sorry, I just thought of something I gotta make a note of here. So, I'm still not showing any events until we're back here on the 6th. Anybody else? Paul?
2 items from Harrington. One was the Coyote Nature School, which I talked about previously as a joint venture between a private provider and HACA and the Upper Thames, using the Harrington Hall, the old mill, and the Harrington conservation area. Ran their first program during the March break. It was very successful. There was some postings on Facebook about the activities, and from what I've heard, that it's pretty well booked up through the summer program. So it looks like this is going to be, it took some doing and some fence mending between HACA and Upper Thames to get this all going, but it looks like it's going to work, and a little bit of revenue for rental of our hall. So, and the other thing is HACA is holding another online fundraising auction, and I apologize, I don't have any details. I know that through April they're going to be collecting items, and I think it's in the, you remember, Steve, around the first week of May is when it's going to be the sale. Yeah, so, but they are going to do another online auction for fundraising.
So, if nobody's got anything else, calendar? Okay. Moved by Mitchell, seconded by McDonald, that bylaw 21-22, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held March 23rd, 2022, be read a first, second, and third time this March 23rd, 2022, and further that the mayor and deputy clerk are hereby authorized to sign the same and affix the corporate seal thereto. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And moved by McDonald, seconded by Mitchell, that this session of council be now adjourned and herewith closed at 1:48 p.m. And the next meeting of council be called for April 6th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the council chambers of the Township Municipal Office. All those in favor? Opposed?